Heroes' Gorge. Only one small city of heroes stood in Talia's way, keeping her from finally climbing the mountain to the Council of Little Snots. Heroes' Gorge would have to fall. Talia had left a trail of devastation on her way to the Council of Little Snots. Now, only the city of Heroes' Gorge stood between her and her path to the peak.
Excellent. So they call it Heroes' Gorge. I think I'll rename it Heroes' Grave when I'm done with it. Forward, creatures! Time to...
Then, out of nowhere, Tristan appeared, just as if he were following a bad script. A bad script would be ashamed of this crummy story.
Men! This place must be protected. Stand firm and light the beacons! Oh yes, and activate the magic tower!
Hey! That's not fair! Treachery! Cheating!
Powered by the mana ray from the magic tower, Heroes' Gorge was now protected by a magic shield, impenetrable to evil's creatures. The sharp-witted evil set to work on a plan. It had to take control of the tower. Maybe that would not only bring down the shield, but could also be used for something else.
Sounds like a brilliant plan. Forward, creatures! Oh, don't smash that thing. Capture it and get me the deeds to it.
The infernal evil already had some more experienced demonic creatures at its disposal. A chamber of relaxation would have to be built to prevent them from becoming unhappy.
Chamber of relaxation? Lazy sods. The things you do for your subordinates.
Talia and the ghastly evil had discovered some dwarves who had made themselves comfortable in the dungeon. Unfortunately, they were blocking the way to the magic tower.
Those pint-sized creeps really have to hang around everywhere in the underground. One of those basil trogs wanders into their kingdom one day and drives them off, and suddenly they're everywhere. And all because they wanted to dig up some mithril for their elf friends or something like that. Whatever. Hurt them, beat them, make little clay basil trogs and bash them with those.
It's payday.
Rumor had it that some dwarves had captured a few succubi because of gambling debts or something of the sort.
Gambling debts, schmambling debts. We'll get them out of there, hire them, and then let them do the dirty work for us.
You have unearthed a new area in the dungeon. The digging evil's activities had not gone unnoticed. Heroes would soon set out to destroy the dungeon heart. Your little snots have roused some lava lumps.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Payday. The burrowing evil had discovered a buried exit to the overworld.
Talia? Are you even still out there? It's so mind-numbingly dull here. You'd almost think you were giving your lecture on the growth of shamrocks.
I'll grow shamrocks on your grave. Ha-ha! There goes another village up in flames, while my stepbrother hides under the table. Like that time at Vladimir's birthday.
You promised to never speak of that! Never! Talia, you beast! Stop tormenting those poor villagers! Pick on someone your own size!
Says the guy hiding behind the giant magic shield.
The chilled evil had built a chamber of relaxation for its demons. From then on, they could relax and enjoy a cozy manor bath. The first succubus joined the ever-expanding evil's army. These infernal demonesses were able to charm opponents and sway them to their side for a short time. Very helpful indeed. A new area of the dungeon has been discovered.
It's payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Your gold vein is nearly exhausted.
There goes another village up in flames, while my stepbrother hides under the table. Like that time at Vladimir's birthday.
You promised to never speak of that! Never!
The towerless evil still did not have the magic tower under its control. Mentally slapping its forehead, it set out to change this. The conquering evil had taken the magic tower. With a few skillful tweaks, this was converted into a powerful weapon, capable of taking areas of the map under fire.
Just what I need. With this, we'll destroy Balderon. I mean, Hero's Gorge, of course. Go ahead, lock and load, and then we'll throw some pies at them.
Men, I see the fear in your eyes. Evil has taken the tower. If we do not do something, the shield will eventually collapse. Fortunately, the time has not yet come to despair, for there is a solution. Mana shipments!
It seems that Tristan had not been dropped on his head as a baby, as some people claim to be the case with his stepsister.
Hey!
And so he ensured that, in the future, mana would be shipped overland to the shield.
Onwards, comrades! Clear the way for the first shipment!
What? What a jerk! Forward, creatures! Stop 'em! Tear 'em apart! Smash 'em! Cut 'em apart with paper, so it really hurts.
The nefarious evil had stopped a mana shipment. Instead of strengthening the shield, it would now be stored in the dungeon instead.
Ah, that's the way I like it. That's exactly how it's supposed to go.
Men! Even though we have suffered heavy losses, all is not lost. The shield is holding, and rescue is at hand.
another lone mana shipment set off. Payday! Your little snots have completely mined out a gold vein. Tristan saw a danger emerging as mana became scarce in Hero's Gorge. From now on, 2 shipments set out. The magic tower was able to fire again. The destructive evil's creatures destroyed a mana shipment.
Men! Even though we have suffered heavy losses, all is not lost. The shield is holding, and rescue is at hand.
Your enemies are in the dungeon. 2 mana shipments set out to refill the shield at Hero's Gorge. Your portal is under attack. A mana shipment was destroyed. The magic tower's cannon was ready for action.
These mana shipments are easier to destroy than butter. Well, okay, destroying a pound of butter just like that is pretty difficult too, because you get sick pretty quickly and, oh, whatever, just break more stuff.
Men! Even though we have suffered heavy losses, all is not lost. The shield is holding, and rescue is at hand.
Tristan had now fully perceived the threat Talia and the transport intercepting evil's army posed. From now on, 3 shipments would set out.
So now they're sending out 3 mana shipments at once. I can literally smell their desperation. Either that or it's one of these little snots that stubbornly refuses to use deodorant. Ugh.
Your demonic portal is under attack. One of the mana shipments met its inglorious end at the hands of absolute evil. The magic tower was once again available. A mana shipment was destroyed. The destructive evil's creatures destroyed a mana shipment.
Men! Even though we have suffered heavy losses, all is not lost. The shield is holding, and rescue is at hand. Men! The shield must not be allowed to fall! Send 3 mana shipments out! Now!
The mana-hoarding evil's little snots had unearthed the Manivore. These beings were known for consuming mana. As if that were not disturbing enough, they also became more powerful or even reproduced in the process. It made sense to secure the Arcanian world. The magic tower was able to fire again. A mana shipment was destroyed. The mana shield had been destroyed. Hero's Gorge now lay defenseless before the devastating evil's army.
Finally! Come on, creatures, finish them off! Knock them out! Throw wax crayons at them!
the Magic Tower's cannon was ready for action.
Oh, yes, we sure showed that. That was a nice little warm-up. Oh, by the way, did we manage to kill Tristan too? Is he lying around here somewhere?
Talia test-speared several of the dead heroes, but there was no sign of Tristan. Apparently, Talia had failed to notice that the latter had already absconded some time ago.
That kind of spoils the joy of victory for me, I've got to admit.
Of course, this is only the 6th mission. It would probably be a bit too much to ask if the whole thing with Tristan was over now.
I could definitely drag out his demise, let me tell you. Believe me, I can be very creative. But enough of that. It's time to finally get to that Council of Little Snots, get a new vessel, and then finally finish off those heroes.
The ascent. Talia set out to reach the mountain summit to meet the venerable Council of Little Snots. But the inhospitable terrain was battered by raging storms and was home to stubborn dwarves.
Taking so long? Come on, get off your lazy asses and bring that dynamite over here so we can get that darn artifact thing out of the ground!
But the storm, milady queen! How are we supposed to work in this storm?
Call me lady. You can go on the doctor to surgically remove my boot from your arse! That little breeze ain't no storm, you candy asses! Besides, we're looking for that artifact so that it can protect you precious little cupcakes from the wind! Now, get a move on, bring that dynamite over here, and let's get the fireworks started!
While the dwarf queen was digging in the mountains, Talia had completed a portion of the climb to the summit.
What, pray tell, do you mean portion of the climb? I just did my cardio training for the next 3 years. Is it just me, or do I end up climbing some peak in every damn part of this series?
Important things seem to have a penchant for hiding in remote places, and the Council of Little Snots was no exception. Talia had to reach the mountain peak. The Council of Little Snots could be found there. She would have to gain access to it via the twisted cave system. For this reason, and of course because of the many heroes who kept appearing, it was imperative for her to build a dungeon here.
Okay, good idea. Then I can take a short breather. Okay, creatures, you're up. Dig tunnels, find dwarves, and pull out their beards. I was just reading my Horde Exploitation for Experts handbook and came across something about a voodoo brew.
The voodoo brew was a shamanistic site for the Horde. Little Snots could make potions there that could be used much like spells.
Ah, and I only hear about this now? Damn, I could have used that thing 5 missions ago. It probably could have been used to corrode my way out of that damn cage. Come on, you little snots. Build a voodoo brew, slap some stuff together, and sell it as an energy drink.
Oi, lads! Looks like some trash has spread through my mountains. Time to clean house. Throw that garbage back into the valley.
Ugh, those repulsive goody two-shoes, goody dwarves. Ah, whatever. They have no chance against me and my creatures. Get them! Wipe them out! Wash their faces with soap! Paint fake moustaches on them!
You have unearthed a new area in the dungeon.
It's payday.
Enemies have entered the dungeon. The voodoo brew had been built. Little Snots could now brew wonderful potions at an alchemist's cauldron there. raging storm roared over the mountains. Whether heroes or creatures, they were all massively hindered by the strong winds. Perhaps this artifact the Dwarf Queen had spoken of really did exist.
Pretty damn coincidental that this artifact should be located somewhere around here, right where we need it.
Indeed, but the writers of this series have never been known for their excessive creativity.
True enough. Good for us at any rate. If that thing is anywhere here to be found, I won't let a single little snot rest until it is dug up. I will, however, allow myself a little break in the meantime.
The first Horde potion bubbled happily away, waiting to be used by the potion-throwing evil. Not freezing evil's creatures were battered and weakened by the raging storm. The artifact would put an end to that. The storm passed and lost strength. Now was a good time to hit the overworld to earn some evilness there.
What now? But I just made myself a cocoa with unicorn marshmallows. I mean, absolutely true. That's what I thought. Forward, creatures! Out into the cold with you! Pillage, plunder, move trail markers! Ha 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 ha!
Ding dong, it's payday. The onrushing evil had applied Horde speed to its creatures so that they could run and attack the enemy even faster, or escape more quickly, whichever was needed. The blast-happy Evil's creatures had discovered a wagon full of dynamite. This could be used to clear weak rock formations out of the way.
Ha-ha! Great! If Tristan was still here, I could tie him to the wagon, and then... Ah, never mind. Big explosions are fun just the way they are. Come on, let's blow something up. No! I'll be back.
A storm was soon brewing. Without the protection of an artifact, the shivering Evil's creatures were sure to find it uncomfortable out there. Once again, a thunderous storm hit the mountains. One of your creatures has died. A hero fell victim to the icy storm. Payday! The storm had lost its strength. You've dug into a spider room. Manivores have appeared in your dungeon. A new area of the dungeon has been discovered. The severely self-restricting evil only had access to healing potions. Further research allowed it to spur the production of even more powerful potions in the voodoo brew. Your enemies are in the dungeon.
Hey, that's another rock formation I can blast away with dynamite, right? Great. Finally, something is happening around here.
It's payday.
Another storm was brewing. You've dug into a spider room. Your little snots have dug into a spider nest. The slowly stalking evil seemed to have already come very close to the dwarf, and the desirous evil's little snots had found an artifact in the underground. Once placed in a vault of evilness, it would unleash its power.
Wonderful! Once again, I did an excellent job. Move it, you lazy creatures! Bring the artifact to the Vault of Evilness, so that this freezing storm can no longer harm us.
The storm abated and moved on. An artifact had been stored and was now manifesting its powers. One of your creatures has died. The negligent evil had once again let Talia die. One of your creatures has bit the dust. Payday. Your enemies are in the dungeon. Once again, a thunderous storm hit the mountains. The complex evil now had access to complex potions. From now on, little snots could also make these at random in the voodoo brew. A gold vein is almost exhausted. The storm had lost its strength. The gym rat evil had used horde strength. This would allow its creatures to hit even harder. Enemies are in the dungeon. The researching evil now had access to basic potions. From now on, little snots would occasionally produce them too. the fetid evil had used the poison potion, releasing toxic and highly flammable fog into the dungeon. Doesn't that sound like fun? A gold vein has been mined out. Another storm was brewing. Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay. Anyalia and the exploratory evil had discovered a new entrance on the overworld. This will give them access to a previously inaccessible area of the underground.
Oh, good. We're finally approaching the top of this damn mountain. Go, creatures! Smoke out the last few dwarves. Flatten them. Steal their wall decorations.
The excavating evil had found a new passage to the surface. Even though the dungeon was completely flat, this still led to a much higher position on the face of the mountain. In keeping with this, as if some invisible line set by level designers had been crossed, the storm outside intensified. It seemed like the raging winds would last even longer from now on. The storm abated and moved on.
Oi, lads! Surely you're not going to let those vermin take away our good dynamite now, are ya? Come on, you maggots. Get outside and guard that stuff!
Enemies have entered the dungeon. It's payday.
Your demonic portal is under attack. A gold vein has been mined. Once again, a thunderous storm hit the mountains. A squad of heroes caught in the storm lost one of its members as they were driven mercilessly on through the tempest by their unsympathetic leader, who was obsessed with revenge. The explosive evils creatures had discovered a weaker rock formation. A little dynamite could probably break it open. Payday! The storm had lost its strength. Your gold vein is nearly exhausted. Your little snots have completely mined out a gold vein. Your portal is under attack. You have lost a creature forever. Your demonic portal is under attack.
Talia is blasting off again!
It's payday.
Another storm was brewing. Your enemies are in the dungeon. A hero fell victim to the icy storm. A gold vein has been mined out.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
the storm abated and moved on. Ding dong! It's payday! You have...
Another entrance into the underground. Excellent! I bet it will take us all the way to the peak. All right, creatures, take that thing and wipe out all the guards.
Your demonic portal is under attack. Your goal, lost in thought evil, had used brainwash on its creatures, causing them to forget their needs. Ah, yes, when all was said and done, those creatures were such simple beings. A gold vein has been mined out. The mountain-climbing evil's creatures had now almost reached the top of the mountain through another exit from the dungeon. The Council of Little Snots was almost within reach.
Oi, you punks! It's about time I personally introduced you to my fists! This one is lefty, and this one is righty, and they both smell like doom.
Oh, that's for sure. They haven't seen a bathtub in a while, have they? Never mind the rest of what they're attached to.
I like your sense of humor, little black pointy ear. I'll try to kill you last! Die!
You have lost a creature forever. Once again, a thunderous storm hit the mountains. Ding dong! It's payday!
Oi! This is all actually a bit inconvenient right now. We'll postpone our little brawl until later, you maggots!
Brynhild, queen of the dwarves, had made her escape. Apparently, the battle had not gone quite to her liking.
Coward! Come back here! Huh! Just runs away from a fair man-to-man fight. And by man-to-man, I mean dwarf against an army of vicious, murderous creatures. Treachery!
The storm took its deadly toll among the heroes as well. The glamorous evil had discovered access.
Finally, I've reached the thrice-damned mountaintop. But next time, I'll have my creatures build a cable car instead of climbing something like this again.
Of course, you could always try to quit smoking and drinking and do more for your fitness. Just a suggestion. Personally, it helped me a lot. And now that I'm training for marathons,
Yeah. Thanks so much for your little prep talk. Could you please write your well-intentioned advice on a piece of paper so I can make a paper aeroplane out of it?
Ungrateful wretch. Be that as it may, Tanya had actually made it to the top. There, however, all that awaited her was an inconspicuous stone gate.
That's less than impressive. Can't it glow or something? Is the battery dead? Maybe I should smack it with the flat of my hand.
Tanya was obviously intellectually out of her depth, trying to decipher this riddle. All she had to do was utter the secret formula. Fladdery Dutch.
Fladdery Dutch.
Fladdery Dirk.
Fladdery Duck?
Oh, that didn't work.
That didn't... Very funny, hilarious. They should give you your own TV show for your jokes, you comedian.
Yes, thank you. I am waiting for offers. My agent will get in touch. In the meantime, you might want to just press that little button on the side so we can finally get back to business.
Stupid button, stupid narrator, stupid council of little snots.
Talia had finally reached the venerable Council of Little Snots, high upon Mount Snotmore. These wisest of the wise gathered together, and Talia asked them the most pressing question weighing on her mind. Would she herself one day sit on a throne as a ruler? Would she hold the strings of power in a 5th installment of the Dungeon series? Would the overpaid narrator finally shut his mouth? Wait a minute! Talia's stupid questions simply bounced off the wise little snots. The most important question in the room, and for this story, was that of a new vessel for the absolute evil. The wise little snots deliberated. When they finally stepped in front of Talia again, who still hung on to her naive dreams, mumbling, and unlike me has only been with us for 2 installments, the leader of the little snots held a bundle in its hands. Inside this bundle was a cute, cuddly, never-before-seen baby little snot. It's crazy the ideas they keep coming up with. The little snot named Gorgu had to absorb the essence of absolute evil in order to serve as an adequate substitute. But apparently the little diaper butt was not yet strong enough to absorb all of the required essence. Talia would first have to train and strengthen Gorgu before he could fully absorb the power of the absolute evil. The Big E.T. Talia had caught the... The Big E.T. Talia had caught the young Gorgu's favor. With a little more power, he could quickly become the new absolute evil. But to do so, he would need to be strengthened. Talia had returned safely from the Council of Little Snots. And she was not alone, but also had Gorgu in tow, a being that would soon become the new absolute evil. In his honor, the Little Snots had already built him his own room.
A room with 3 entrances seems a lot like a death trap to me. You don't do it yourself. But okay, enough of that. Babysitting this thing is really not my, well, thing. And anyway, it's cliché as hell that the main female character here is supposed to take care of a baby. What's next? Cooking someone dinner?
Well,
You're not serious, are you?
in order for Gorgu to get stronger, he needed to be fed. But it was not overpriced food in jars he craved, but something with more substance. Heroes. Living heroes. As luck would have it, a few of the resident dwarves had just apprehended some thieves. Presumably, Gorgu would find them just as tasty as normal heroes if the jailbreak planning evil were to get his hands on them.
Okay, I can kind of get on board with that after all. Okay, catch heroes and feed them to Gorgu. Coming right up.
As if on cue, Tristan chose that very moment to appear on the scene.
Talia, why are you here? Have you still not renounced evil? I have other matters to attend to. Men, seize them! Forward, men! Fight this abomination! The alliance of good shall not fail! Well, not again!
Heroes prepared to push towards the dungeon and would inevitably encounter Gorgu. Apparently, Talia had to ensure not only his empowerment, but also his safety.
Oh, this babysitting is already getting on my nerves, and I don't even get paid for it. But okay, at least the heroes come straight here to get their asses kicked. Go ahead, whack 'em on the beans, smash their gourds, put radishes in their eyes.
In order to catch living heroes for Gorgu, a prison would need to be built. Immediately, Talia and the incarcerating evil set out to build such a room.
Prison? Sounds like a sensible thing to do. Bet it's fun to watch some sorrowful characters languishing away there.
The planless evil scouts had discovered some undead that Tristan had captured. These necromancers and vampire queens would be a most welcome addition.
Exactly! More cannon fodder for the front. I mean, strong support for our army. Go on, free them. Get them out of there. Send them draft notices.
Payday!
Brothers, the time has come. Now it is up to us to bring the realms of good to blossom once again. There in the underground, my evil stepsister has allied herself with the deviant creatures of chaos. The absolute evil's last stand. Forward, men! Destroy this abomination once and for all!
Tristan seemed to know how to motivate his men. They rushed towards the dungeon with a battle-hardened fervor.
All right, creatures, we'll show my brother. Tear them to pieces, beat them to a pulp, and, don't hurt them too much, because we need them alive for Gorgu.
Enemies are in the dungeon. Ding dong! It's payday!
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Gorgu was besieged by heroes who fought him. Talia had to do something about it. Talia and the merciless evil had repelled the first wave of attack, but the heroes would not stand idly by and would soon move in again.
I sure hope so, because we're going to have to feed a lot more of them to Gorgu. Come on, bring it on, like lambs to the slaughter.
A new area of the dungeon has been discovered. Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay. Once again, many heroes gathered to attack the dungeon.
Enemies have entered the dungeon. There are enemies in your dungeon.
Payday! The dwarf destroying evil had defeated the dwarven jailers and thus gained access to their secret prison. Talia and the perfidious evil had easily repelled another attack by the heroes. The baby-feeding evil had thrown Gorgu his first hero. The young little snot gleefully set about soaking up its soul energy.
Oh, the little one is so cute. Now a little burp and then let us rain death and destruction upon the humans.
Talia's certainty of victory seemed somewhat premature, for Gorgu's hunger was far from satisfied. It would take many more heroes before he would reach his full strength. Man-of-Wars have appeared in your dungeon. Several heroes had gathered together and were making their way to the dungeon.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
The absolute evil had tossed a hero into Gorgu's chambers. The newly built prison gleamed and sparkled, or normally would have, but the little snots had just cobbled it together out of old materials. Still, it would serve its purpose and keep living heroes captive. These could then be fed to Gorgus using the Hand of Terror. The ingenious evil surely knew that it was only a matter of time before heroes would descend upon Gorgu. Wisely, it cranked up workshop production in order to be able to set traps.
Sure, naturally I knew that. By all means, onward, little snots! Work faster!
There are enemies in your dungeon.
A vampire queen joined the undead evil. Her healing powers were captivating, wonderful. Talia and the murderous evil had repelled an attack by the heroes with no great effort. Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay. A pathetic hero languished in prison. The horrible evil could feed him to Gorgu. A hero had been tossed into Gorgu's chambers. Something truly unnatural made its way up from the depths of Gorgu's cute little body. A sound that made the do-gooders freeze in shock.
Ugh! Don't forget the fetid smell at the end. That's really nasty. But hey, if it knocks some heroes out for a bit, forward, creatures! Get them! Beat them up! And don't forget to hold your noses.
The absolute evil had tossed a hero into Gorgu's chambers. The necromantic evil welcomed a necromancer into its ranks. These undead mages could rain powerful magic upon their enemies once it was researched. The decent evil had rescued the necromancers from their plight. These willingly joined the army of absolute evil. Necromancers were good ranged fighters. What was truly impressive, however, was the skill allowing them to create a blight mist, which could heal and strengthen undead in its area of effect, causing minions to explode upon death and weaken enemies. Once again, many heroes gathered to attack the dungeon. A hero had been tossed into Gorgu's chambers. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Your portal is under attack.
It's payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
A hero disappeared into Gorgu's chambers. Enemies are in the dungeon. A hero had been cast into Gorgu's chambers. Another hero attack broke uselessly on the defensive evil's dungeon. A cage was destroyed and creatures were freed. The resurrected evil's undead creatures had previously seen a video called Thriller, or something like that, and had been in dance fever ever since. Higher level undead demanded a necrodancian where they could indulge their latest obsession. Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay. The absolute evil had tossed a hero into Gorgu's chambers. The necrodancian had been built. Undead flocked by to swing their bony hips there. Those undead, who no longer had hip bones, just stood on the sidelines, swaying back and forth in time to the music. Several heroes had gathered together and were making their way to the dungeon.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
You have unearthed a new area in the dungeon.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Ding dong! It's payday! A pathetic hero languished in prison. The horrible evil could feed him to Gorgu. Gorgu seemed reasonably satisfied. Talia and the lamb gravy-seeking evil have probably satisfied the little one over a fifth of his hunger. The first step had been taken.
That was ridiculously easy. Open wide, Gorgu. Here comes the next hero.
A hero disappeared into Gorgu's chambers. Talia and the murderous evil had repelled an attack by the heroes with no great effort. Gorgu's stomach was already almost half full. The budding celebrity chef Evil seemed very pleased with itself. Surprising, seeing as all these heroes were served raw.
Hey, what about me? I'm very satisfied myself. Maybe we'll stuff an apple in the next one's mouth.
Manivores have appeared in your dungeon. Once again, many heroes gathered to attack the dungeon. Like the zombie-like Evil had freed all the captured undead, making his army even more powerful. This deserved a fanfare, but since the budget for sound effects has already been used up, I will have to do the honors instead. Doo-doo! Your gold vein is nearly exhausted. Enemies are in the dungeon. The baffled Evil's army found themselves before a locked dungeon gate. Very likely, the nearby hero camp would have to be wiped out before any progress could be made here. One of your creatures has bit the dust. The victorious Evil had destroyed the hero camp. The previously spotted locked dungeon gate was now open. Your enemies are in the dungeon. Payday. The absolute evil had tossed a hero into Gorgu's chambers. A pathetic hero languished in prison. The horrible evil could feed him to Gorgu. Another hero attack broke uselessly on the defensive evil's dungeon. Gorgu slowly developed a little paunch, but the diet of only heroes obviously seemed to agree with him. At least he was accumulating lots of soul energy.
Ugh, ugh. That last hero had munched enough garlic to take out all the vampires in all of the kingdoms. But whatever, keep it up, Gorgu. Soon you'll be a great and powerful dungeon lord, and you'll finally be able to do something useful.
Payday! A golden portal suddenly opened in the dungeon. If Talia and the overrun evil failed to destroy it, heroes would inevitably use it to enter the dungeon.
What? But all my lovingly placed traps and defense plans. I even drew them in using colored pencils. Whatever. Go on, creatures. Destroy those magical portals. Just hammer on them with your weapons. That'll destroy them. That's how it always worked before.
On the other hand, it still needed heroes to feed Gorgu, so maybe those portals weren't all bad for Talia after all. A hero disappeared into Gorgu's chambers. Enemies are in the dungeon. Talia and the murderous evil had repelled an attack by the heroes with no great effort. A hero had been tossed into Gorgu's chambers.
It's payday.
A new area has been unearthed in the dungeon. A hero disappeared into Gorgu's chambers. Once again, another portal opened in the dungeon. Your portal is under attack. Enemies are in the dungeon. Your demonic portal is under attack. Enemies are in the dungeon.
It's payday.
A pathetic hero languished in prison. The horrible evil could feed him to Gorgu. Talia and the perfidious evil had easily repelled another attack by the heroes. Gorgu was almost completely sated. He didn't need much more to reach his full potential.
All right, let's move on to the desserts. There's hot raspberry hero, hero brulee, and oh, what the hell, there's just more normal heroes from the dungeon. Go on, keep on munching. It's your patriotic contribution to the evil empire.
A hero had been thrust into Gorgu's chambers. Once again, a portal opened in the dungeon. A hero disappeared into Gorgu's chambers. Enemies have entered the dungeon. payday! Creatures are collecting their pay. Your enemies are in the dungeon. The absolute evil had tossed a hero into Gorgu's chambers. Another hero attack broke uselessly on the defensive evil's dungeon. Defeating evil had done. Gorgu was reasonably sated. Theoretically, all it had to do now was initiate his transformation, or it could feed Gorgu even more to make him even more powerful.
Ooh, that almost sounds like some kind of achievement. You bet I'm in. Go, Gorgu, dig in like it's Taco Tuesday.
This ends here and now! Men, get ready for a continuous assault on the dungeon! We will not waver! We will not give up! Victory will be ours!
Another portal opened in the dungeon. A hero disappeared into Gorgu's chambers. Your enemies are in the dungeon. Your little snots have dug into a spider nest.
It's payday.
Enemies have entered the dungeon. Once again, a portal opened in the dungeon. The dungeon heart is being attacked. A pathetic hero languished in prison. The horrible evil could feed him to Gorgu. Another portal opened in the dungeon. The absolute evil had tossed a hero into Gorgu's chambers. Your enemies are in the dungeon. A hero had been tossed into Gorgu's chambers.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Gorgu was stuck. He couldn't fit even one tiny little thin mint wafer in. It was time to begin the transformation. Once again, a portal opened in the dungeon.
Get yourselves together and finally put an end to that thing!
Gorgu let out a deafening, satisfied belch that sent the remaining heroes fleeing.
Getting the absolute evil back on its feet was a lot easier than I thought. As I see it, the campaign won't be needing the promised 20 levels, but can actually end after the next map. Wonderful. Then I can treat myself to a nice, relaxing bath in unicorn blood.
Talia seemed very certain of victory, perhaps too certain of victory. It was negligent to believe that this story would already come to an end after such a brief intermezzo. Like sun. The Big E.T. Talia had caught the young Gorgu's favor. With a little more power, he could quickly become the new absolute evil. Like sun. While Talia was focusing on strengthening Gorgu, Tristan seemed to have plans of his own that would dramatically change the situation. It would be prudent for Talia to try to stop him. Like sun. While Talia was focusing on strengthening Gorgu, Tristan seemed to have plans of his own that would dramatically change the situation. It would be prudent for Talia to try to stop him. While Talia had been busy feeding Gorgu, her stepbrother Tristan had been pursuing his own plans.
The time is almost here. The Gauntlet of Finitude is reunited, and the absolute evil destroyed. Now I can pursue my second objective.
Tristan, hey, you're not quite up to speed. The absolute evil is back. It's in this little nipper here now, and when it's gathered enough power, it's gonna wipe the floor with you and your henchmen.
That's good to know, stepsister. Men, that cannot be allowed to happen. Wipe out the dungeon and make sure I'm not disturbed.
What? Wait a minute, I'm not even ready yet. Treachery, fraud, cheater. Go get them, Gorgu! Smash them! Stop them! Pull out their nose hair!
Effortlessly, Dungeon Lord Gorgu set about fending off the attacking heroes. Now, in a comic book, you might imagine copious speech bubbles at this point containing expressions like crash, pow, bam, and the like.
That was fun. But I think we need to replenish some evilness for Gorgu before the next round starts. Time to build a dungeon and crush Tristan's plan to dust.
With those impressive words, Talia set about building a dungeon to stop her stepbrother Tristan from doing whatever it was he was doing. Would she manage to do so? Probably not. After all, this was only Mission 9, but it kept things exciting.
Don't get ahead of yourself. The rest of the missions will probably only deal with our extravagant victory celebration. Forward!
The planning far ahead evil set about raising an army that would thwart Tristan's as yet unknown plans.
With the help of its brilliant tactician Talia, of course. I'm here to chew gum and kick ass, and I'm out of gum right now. Oh, wait, no, there's still some in my bag. Now that's the taste of victory.
These taglines, I use philosophy for those. Ding dong, it's payday. surface storming evil had alarmed the local heroes even sooner than expected. Of course, it had expected this and was not caught off guard by any attacking heroes. A new area has been unearthed in the dungeon.
Talia, turn your back on evil. I promise. I'll make sure you get a fair trial too.
You have nothing at all to say here, stepbrother. Don't you know that in the Dungeon series, evil always triumphs? Prepare to meet your doom. Ha 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 ha! Ha ha!
I and the Gauntlet of Finitude fuse into one.
the hesitant evil's army approached a massively fortified hero city. The use of the power of the absolute evil seemed extremely promising here.
Very good. Off you go, Gorgu. Make me proud, and then die. Forward!
Talia and the destructive evil had effortlessly removed the first bulwark in their way on their path to Tristan.
And that was just the start. I'm just getting warmed up. Tick-tock, little brother. This time, it won't just be your school bag I'll break.
Ugh! Talia! Why'd you have to be such an annoying pain? I will use powerful portal magic and transport heroes directly into the dungeon!
Hey, that's unfair, nasty, poor game design. Go, creatures! Get ready to defend! Sharpen the traps. Keep your ears perked. Keep a lookout.
The good being killing evil's armies had discovered a crystal being. The evilness in Gorgu's eyes faded. His fleeting time as Dungeon Lord was over, at least for the time being.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
A gold vein is almost exhausted.
It's payday.
You have discovered a number of lava lumps. One of your little snots dug into a lava lump. A golden portal opened in the dungeon. Heroes would burst out of it. The blindsided evil needed to act.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Payday!
I must continue to focus on this men. Keep Talia away.
A new area has been unearthed in the dungeon. Manivores have appeared in your dungeon. One of your creatures has bit the dust. Enemies have entered the dungeon. One of your creatures has bit the dust. Your little snots have completely mined out a gold vein. Payday! Golden portals opened in the dungeon. Your enemies are in the dungeon.
Power of the cosmos, hearken to my voice and find your way to me.
Oh, Tristan, why can't you just die? We went on a little road trip, you put me in a cage. I think your story arc can happily end permanently at this point.
Never, you reprehensible beast! I'm not going to just back down here. This is not Mrs. Baumlein's history lesson.
Enemies are in the dungeon. Yet again, golden portal was opened in the dungeon. One of your creatures has died. Your little snots have dug into a spider nest. A gold vein is almost exhausted. Golden portals opened in the dungeon. Your enemies are in the dungeon.
I must continue to focus on this, men. Keep Talia away.
Your portal is under attack. Once again, Gorgu transformed into the mighty Dungeon Lord.
It's payday.
Talia and the devastating evil had more destructive power than the average Black Friday shopper. The heroes would have to think of something.
We are unstoppable! Choo-choo! The Talia bitch slap train is on its way. Next stop, Tristan's face. Choo-choo!
A hammering and thumping filled the dungeon.
Damn. Those dwarves again. Ugh, those beasts just never give up, do they? All right, creatures, prepare your defenses. Protect the dungeon. Protect me.
The Dungeon Lord turned back into Gorgu, the unremarkable baby.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Your little snots have completely mined out a gold vein. Yet again, golden portals opened in the dungeon. A new area of the dungeon has been discovered. Your portal is under attack.
payday.
Men! Stop Talia before she can interrupt my ritual!
Golden portals opened in the dungeon. Payday.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay. Yet again, golden portals opened in the dungeon.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Oh, I have to block out the fact that Talia is getting closer and closer and is slowly becoming a real danger to me. Oh,
It's payday.
Once again, the Dungeon Lord emerged from Gorgu's babyish husk. Golden portals opened in the dungeon.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Talia and the annihilating evil left a trail of devastation behind them that had heavy metal concert-goers enthusiastically taking notes.
When I'm done with these heroes...
When Talia and the armies of the merciless evil entered Condor, the city of heroes, it triggered an alarm. Condor is calling for help, and the armies of the nearby fortress Horan answered the call. They quickly set out to support their allies. Talia and the soon-to-complete-the-level evil had almost reached Tristan. Only a short distance separated the opponents. Gorgu's time as Dungeon Lord was over. The time had come. Talia and the absolute evil, or its armies, had finally reached Tristan.
Tristan! Finally, we stand face to face. Time to end this storyline and leave my painful childhood behind me.
Your painful childhood? Did you have a big sister who often mistreated you too?
I was mistreated, so it was only right that some of it came your way too. And anyway, we're siblings. But we don't need to get into that. Your plan has failed, whatever you were going to do here. Surrender, and I'll let you live and parade you around in a cage.
My plan didn't fail. Behold!
Tristan had achieved his goal and used the gauntlet's power. However, unlike Talia, he did not snap, but instead did a reverse snap. Instead of releasing horrific forces like the so-called Dungeon Lord Snap, this in fact did the opposite. Healing forces swept over the land. Heroes who had once been slain were suddenly alive again. Likewise, Tenos, Talia's and Tristan's foster father. While Tristan was overjoyed at the return of his beloved father, Talia's joy was considerably more limited, and the old rage bubbled up inside her once again. The heroes, on the other hand, were of course in a celebratory mood. A great reunion feast was arranged. The Cathedral of The Cathedral of Light. Tanos had returned. He celebrated his brilliant rebirth exuberantly and licentiously in the great Cathedral of Light. But Talia was not yet defeated and swore, yet again, revenge. Tanos was once again among the living. Should one have seen this coming? Well, presumably, because with a name like that, it was probably inevitable that he would pop up again. In honor of Tanos and all the other people who had been resurrected, a great feast was proclaimed in the Cathedral of Light.
How do you feel, Father? Are you well?
Of course, son. Ha! How could I not be well now that I am finally back among the living? I am so eternally grateful to you, my boy. Let's celebrate together with our victory over darkness.
So be it, Father. I have ordered one of my strongest warriors to guard the impregnable gates to the city. Nothing will come through them to disturb our celebrations. Go forth, Hordor. Show us what you can do.
Hordor, Hordor.
My idiot brother has gone and resurrected our even more idiotic foster father and, just for fun, all the heroes I killed in the previous part. Oh, well, at least now there's something to do. Forward, orcs! Time to blow up that party!
But the absolute evil's creatures were unable to take these gates. Probably not even a dragon mother or a mother of dragons would have been able to tear them down.
Total bummer, namby-pamby little pack of orcs. But hey, fine. I'll just find some other way to blow up that party.
After all the time Talia had spent talking about blowing up, it was inevitable that she would be hit by a flash of inspiration. Beneath the Cathedral of Light, there was an ancient, long-forgotten cellar. If this were filled with explosive material, it would probably lead to a dynamite buzz for the partygoers.
Everyone stop. I just had a flash of inspiration. If we stack some blazed beer under the cathedral, we can blow the damn place up along with Tanos. I am so brilliant. Forward, little snots. Gather hops and malt, and let's get this party started.
The inebriated evil set about building a brewery complete with brewing kettle, an important step on the way to brewing blazed beer. manivores have appeared in your dungeon. Payday! The celebrations were in full swing. Tenos, the good paladin of light, however, wanted to give this joyous celebration a more personal touch.
Friends, brothers, comrades, it's good to have you by my side again. My beloved son Tristan saved us all. I have had some of these hideous horde monstrosities captured in his honor. Tristan, to you belongs the honor of bringing the purifying fire upon them.
Father, does that really need to be done? I think we could...
Oh, son, you are so humble. I'll just spring in and take over for a minute. This is for you, son. Enjoy the show!
Looks like those two have found each other again. Tanos is still the same dumbass he was when I put his head on a spear. And that's where he should have stayed. But Tristan, the miserable idiot, at least they have no idea of the favor they've done me here. Okay, little snots, get to work.
Dead Horde creatures could easily be resurrected at a defibrimat in a Horde laboratory. Fortunately, the supposedly dead creature was mysteriously returned to the dungeon, where some little snots picked it up to carry it to the Horde laboratory. The first Horde creature had been resurrected as a defibrimat in the Horde laboratory.
Excellent! Welcome back. I just happen to have a jolly little suicide mission for you.
Talia? Do you always have to disrupt my parties? It's like that time on my 14th birthday, when you dumped that bucket of pig's blood over my head. Men, drive that rabble off! I don't want my father to be disturbed!
Oh, yes, that's right. The red birthday. Oh, those were the days.
Talia's activities in the underground had not gone unnoticed. Heroes set out to destroy the dungeon.
As if those few pathetic wretches stand a chance against us. Go on, polish the traps, sharpen the axes, stretch tripwires throughout the dungeon.
The festivities were still in full swing, and more partygoers arrived by the minute. Just then, noble guests from the House of Martell set out with smoking tires to ascend the Iron Throne with sun spears. I mean, to join in the festivities.
They'll never make it, because they're gonna suffer a hostile takeover on the way. Forward, creatures! Scout out the area, set up an ambush, and then just let them have it. There go the people of Martell. So much for sun spears and cheap plastic toys.
Manivores have appeared in your dungeon. Payday! A special Naga appeared to have been captured by Tristan's henchmen and was being paraded through the city as part of the festivities. If the gracious evil were to free her, she would certainly join him most joyfully.
What a pathetic creature. Go on, get moving, mother of madness. Look at her, this wretched creature. Shame! 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 I can feel it in my bones. Winter nears. But a nice little holy fire and a few heretics to burn will fix that.
You have unearthed a new area in the dungeon.
Your throne room is under attack.
What is that disgusting smell assaulting my nose? Is there a subway here?
The decaying evil's little snots couldn't keep up with reviving creatures in the Horde laboratory. Maybe it was time to set up a second Deathy Brymat.
You got that right.
Ha! It's time to purify another one of those heretical monstrosities with holy fire. This one is yours, Tristan, my beloved son.
Thank you, Father. Even if I would prefer to forego the honor.
The decaying evil had lost. It had probably consumed too much of the blaze beer itself. From that moment on, Tristan and Tanos will go down in the annals of heroes as the conquerors of Talia and the absolute evil. The inebriated evil set about building a brewery complete with brewing kettle, an important step on the way to brewing blaze beer. Manivores have appeared in your dungeon. Manivores have appeared in your dungeon. The celebrations were in full swing. Tanos, the good paladin of light, however, wanted to give this joyous celebration a more personal touch.
Friends, brothers, comrades, it's good to have you by my side again. My beloved son Tristan saved us all. I have had some of these hideous horde monstrosities captured in his honor. Tristan, to you belongs the honor of bringing the purifying fire upon them.
Father, does that really need to be done? I think we could...
Oh, son, you are so humble. I'll just spring in and take over for a minute. This is for you, son. Enjoy the show!
Looks like those two have found each other again. Tanos is still the same dumbass he was when I put his head on a spear. And that's where he should have stayed. But Tristan, the miserable idiot, at least they have no idea of the favor they've done me here. Okay, little snots, get to work.
Dead Horde creatures could easily be resurrected at a defibrimat in a Horde laboratory. Fortunately, the supposedly dead creature was mysteriously returned to the dungeon, where some little snots picked it up to carry it to the Horde laboratory.
It's payday.
The first Horde creature had been resurrected as a defibrimat in the Horde laboratory.
Excellent, welcome back. I just happen to have a jolly little suicide mission for you.
Talia? Do you always have to disrupt my parties? It's like that time on my 14th birthday when you dumped that bucket of pig's blood over my head. Men, drive that rabble off. I don't want my father to be disturbed.
Oh, yes, that's right. The red birthday. Oh, those were the days.
Talia's activities in the underground had not gone unnoticed. Heroes set out to destroy the dungeon.
As if those few pathetic wretches stand a chance against us. Go on, polish the traps, sharpen the axes, stretch tripwires throughout the dungeon.
Your enemies are in the festivities were still in full swing, and more partygoers arrived by the minute. Just then, noble guests from the House of Martell set out with smoking tires to ascend the Iron Throne with sun spears. I mean, to join in the festivities.
They'll never make it, because they're gonna suffer a hostile takeover on the way. Forward, creatures! Scout out the area, set up an ambush, and then just let them have it. Is that disgusting smell assaulting my nose? Is there a subway here?
The decaying evil's little snots couldn't keep up with reviving creatures in the Horde laboratory. Maybe it was time to set up a second defibrimat.
You got that right. Phew. You can hardly stand it. Smells like a locker room after a workout. Welcome back, creature of the Horde. Talia cares about you and has made sure you were resurrected. Now, get back to the front, maggot.
Payday! In keeping with the motto, better safe than sorry, the construction-addicted evil had erected a second Deafy Brymat. Well done.
Ah, my friends from Martel. I'm glad you came here and brought... Ha! It's time to purify another one of those heretical monstrosities with holy fire. This one is yours, Tristan, my beloved son.
Thank you, Father. Even if I would prefer to forego the honor.
Don't be too modest now. Enjoy the show, and then we'll party on.
Fortunately, the Frankensteinian evil was now able to use the Horde laboratory to revive its Horde creatures.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Another dead creature has been resurrected in the Horde laboratory.
And that's a few more heroes I knocked off. That would have been a nice assignment too.
Talia, do you have to do that? You're just ruining my party like you did my 13th birthday. I'm just going to resurrect all the heroes
A
later.
special Naga appeared to have been captured by Tristan's henchmen and was being paraded through the city as part of the festivities. If the gracious evil were to free her, she would certainly join him most joyfully.
What a pathetic creature. Go on, get moving, mother of madness. Look at this wretched creature. Shame! 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 It's good to be back among the living. Can you even begin to imagine lying there dead forever, just waiting to be resurrected?
Weren't you in the Hall of the Goddess, Father?
I can't exactly remember, but it was very, very warm where I was. I think that was the goddess's burning light.
A ghost hunting group by the name of Shooby-Doo was on their way to the festivities, along with their mysterious machine.
Then let's see those mysterious figures disappear somewhere in the ghostly mists. So much for those Scooby-Doo ghost hunters. Those kids and their dog won't be stopping anyone anymore.
It's time to purify another one of those heretical monstrosities with holy fire. This one is yours, Tristan, my beloved son.
Thank you, Father. Even if I would prefer to forego the honor.
Don't be too modest now. Enjoy the show, and then we'll party on.
Fortunately, the Frankensteinian evil was now able to use the Horde laboratory to revive its Horde creatures.
Talia, what are you doing?
I'm freeing this Naga shaman. What do you think? That I was gonna let Thanos chase her around?
Well, maybe it is better this way. Father just gets so upset. But I'm not doing this for you, stepsister.
The Naga shaman, out of gratitude for her liberation, joyfully joined the slithering evil's army. She still had some scores to settle with the local heroes.
Ah, I see that you caught a few of these vile creatures and put them on display, my son. Wonderful.
Well, actually, they're just prisoners of war at the moment, Father.
Things such as prisoners of war can only exist among rational beings, son. The only thing you can do for these creatures is to give them a quick death, but that can wait until after the feast.
Like how? I'll free them and add them to my army. Go ahead. Go on out there. Release the cages and smash those creatures to bits. The other way round, of course.
Your gold vein is nearly exhausted. The powerful wizard named Switcher set out for Tanis's celebration with his followers.
But he'll never arrive.
Manivores have appeared in your dungeon.
Mia! Stop killing heroes!
But I'm on such a roll right now.
Huh. I'll just resurrect them later anyway.
Ooh, I sure did a number on that switcher for sure. That's what you get when you replace the cool main character with a third-rate replacement. You bozos!
You have unearthed a new area in the dungeon.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Manivores have been discovered in your dungeon. Ding dong! It's payday!
All good things come in threes, my son. Look deep into the flames of the purifying fire, and behold the mercy our goddess bestows upon this unworthy life.
Yes, Father. If you say so.
Don't be too modest now. Enjoy the show, and then we'll party on.
Now they're sending me my new subordinates by express mail. Hop to it, little snots. Get to resurrecting so that the creature can head back into battle.
You have discovered a number of lava lumps.
Welcome back, creature of the Horde. Talia cares about you and has made sure you were resurrected. Now, get back to the front, maggot.
A gold vein has been mined out. The far-off kingdom of Vikander sent a troop to join Tanos's celebrations.
That awakens that thrill-monger in me. We'll flatten them.
Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Your portal is under attack. Your portal is under attack.
So much for Vikander. Man, these heroes, they die faster than flies.
Talia! That's just barbaric! Stop it! We are having a party here!
A dead Horde creature has been resurrected in the Horde laboratory. A new area has been unearthed in the dungeon. Manivores have been discovered in your dungeon. A new area has been unearthed in the dungeon.
It's payday. A few manivores have appeared in your dungeon. You have discovered a number of lava lumps. Additional potential guests were on their way to the festivities. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Talia now possessed a very high-level and powerful horde creature. With a little research, this could be turned into a champion unit.
Oh, is that so? You know, it's kind of crazy. I mean, I've been a general for so long, but some details...
Well, actually, it was the same in the last one.
Whatever! Let's just do it that way. It can't hurt if the cannon fodder can take even more.
Talia and the party-crashing evil had intercepted the potential celebrants.
conquering heroes!
But I'm on such a roll right now.
Huh. I'll just resurrect them later anyway. So there's no point anyway!
Well, it's definitely had a very positive effect on my mood.
Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay. Italia had freed an ironhide orc. These strong and fantastically armored creatures were virtually tanks on two legs. A level of orc research made it possible for Talia and the researching evil to ensure that all orcs above a certain level became ironhides. The not yet lost to reason evil had built a brewery. A delicious aroma spread through the dungeon. Delicious blaze beer was ready and waited only for the hand of terror to place it into the forgotten cellar below the cathedral.
Something is wrong. I feel it. Men, you must stop Talia. Take battle formation. Trebuchets to the fore. The archers take a break, and the cavalry dashes straight on in, just like we practiced.
Your portal is under attack. Your demonic portal is under attack. Enemies have entered the dungeon. The first barrel of blaze beer was deposited in the cathedral cellar. However, in order for this to have a reasonable explosive force, many more barrels would have to be stacked here. Partygoers from the noble house of Bannisters set off for the festivities. One of the Brewing Evil's little snots had started producing beer. Henceforth, this delicious elixir would nourish high-level horde creatures. Your enemies are in the dungeon. Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay.
Those guests won't ever be arriving anywhere.
Oi! What's that smell? Is someone brewing beer? Ha! Without letting me have any? That's downright insolent, that is. Off you go, lads! Go and get it! We're running low up here!
The delicious smell of hops, malt and barley had little chance of escaping an unerring dwarven nose. It was only a matter of time before those vertically challenged bearded so-and-sos would start digging into the dungeon.
Let them come. Off you go. Build traps, sharpen your weapons, and have Fairy Tale Throat Songs Part 3 at the ready. That way the pain won't stop at the face. It'll go all the way through to the ears.
One of your little snots dug into a lava lump. You have discovered a number of lava lumps.
Oi! What have we got? This is one ugly dungeon. That's not very nice. Don't even have an invitation. Come on, guys. Get rid of that lot, and then bring me the beer!
Keep your dirty hands off my beer. I need it for a... Well, never mind. Go on. Knock 'em down. Flatten 'em. Shave off their beards. Brewing beer takes forever. I thought we were in dungeons here, and not some boring empire building game where I spend 3 hours watching my settlers bake bread.
Indeed, brewing the beer turned out to be more than a little tedious. Fortunately, there was a welcome solution for the tech-addicted evil: magic batteries. These could be used in a work unit to power it magically for a short time.
Ooh, that sounds just like what I need. All right, go ahead. I've got my credit card ready. Do I get a gift basket if I buy several at once?
The teleshopping-tuned evil first had to further research the workshop and then build an infusomat. It immediately set about doing so. Manivores have been discovered in your dungeon. Enemies are in the dungeon. Ding dong, it's payday. A delegation from the distant Northlands was on its way to Tanos's grand celebration.
And that's a few more heroes I knocked off. That would have been a nice assignment too.
Talia, do you have to do that? You're just ruining my party like you did my 13th birthday. I'm just going to resurrect all the heroes later anyway.
Enemies have entered the dungeon. thirsty dwarves made their way to the dungeon. A dwarven base is being expanded. Other guests had managed to reach the feast unmolested. Payday.
This barrel collecting thing is taking forever. Can't we just raid a brewery or something?
While there was no brewery nearby where one could steal barrels, there was a spell that could be used to create resources. The magic-addicted evil vaguely remembered having used this one before.
Really? Wow! That sounds super. Well then, let's get a move on. That should do the trick.
Enemies are in the dungeon. The brewing evil still had to produce and store beer. Talia and the dwarf-rejecting evil had driven the dwarves from the underground. These would no longer cause any trouble.
And thankfully, they also left their supply of gold behind. Well, that's friendly.
payday. Partygoers from the noble house of Bannisters set off for the festivities. The first infusomat was ready to go. Now, all that remained was to craft a magic battery out of toolboxes and mana.
Oh, on you go, you lazy little snots. Get that stuff over here. If this keeps up, we won't have the beer done until Tanos's great-great-great-grandchildren are up there having a party.
Zealous Evil had filled about a quarter of the cathedral cellar with blazed beer. With a broad grin, it got right back to work.
Somehow, I have a very strange feeling. Something is wrong here. Men, search the underground. My sister is plotting something somewhere down there.
A number of heroes headed into the underground to find out what Talia and the insidious evil were up to.
Man, these heroes.
Talia and the party-crashing evil had intercepted the potential celebrants.
I wish I hadn't purified that one bard. The one with the gold and the wizard.
The first magic battery had been completed. Now, all that was left was for it to be turned a few degrees to the north under a full moon on a clear night with a light westerly wind, and then for a one-armed Kenuvati maiden to speak the magic formula over it while riding a horned wobble panther.
I beg your pardon?
Just a little joke on my part. All the magic-devouring evil had to do was toss the magic battery onto a brewing kettle to boost it.
Welcome back, creature of the Horde. Talia cares about you. Oh, that looks just terrific. There really seems to be some progress being made.
Magic batteries could be used on all work units that would normally be operated by a little snot. The curious evil planned to keep experimenting with that.
So now we've released all those champions from their cages. Time to blow up that party.
Son, you've had the prisoners eliminated. Ha! That's my boy.
Enemies are in the dungeon. payday. A gold vein has been mined out.
Celebrate, my friends! Celebrate as long as you can! For the night is dark and full of ticks. Or slugs? Oh, I don't know, but evil never sleeps!
A delegation from the distant Northlands was on its way to Tanos's grand celebration. Enemies have
So, do you remember anything else from back then?
So the last thing I remember is Tanos killing me.
Those guests party their last party.
Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay. A good half of the abandoned cellar below the cathedral was now filled with blaze beer. Henceforth, all little snots in the vicinity were forbidden to smoke.
Something is going on down there! Onward, men! And women! Storm the dungeon!
The resourceful Evil simply created a few barrels of beer without any further ado. Splendid! The cellar below the cathedral was filled to bursting with blaze beer. Talia and the explosive Evil went about setting off the fireworks with huge grins on their faces.
Oh, I can hardly wait. Time to push the big red button.
Fine dust indifferent Evil had ignited a fulminant display of fireworks. The Cathedral of Light was now just a smoking crater, as was much of the city surrounding it. A large number of the heroes who had just celebrated their resurrection suddenly found themselves piles of ashes.
That was a great celebration. I like making an entrance with a bang. Yoo-hoo! Father, are you still there? Are you that sad little pile of ashes over there? Good. Good. Can I just sit out on my balcony and drink wine for the rest of the game?
But the news of Tanos' passing was premature. He and Tristan had survived the explosion.
Talia, you evil bitch. I knew you'd show up, but you won't get me that easily.
How the hell did you guys survive that?
Tristan and I were dancing on the table during the explosion. 100% solid oak. 30% off if you picked it up yourself. Who can say no to that?
Stupid brand name merchandise, but whatever. I'm actually rather happy. Your survival means that I can now kill you again!
Evil will never triumph over me. Well, at least not twice. Die, Talia!